Morning. Ooh. Good morning, Vector. Uh, I'm not expecting myself to be here till tomorrow. I want to be back in. That fucking light is brighter than the sun. So I was explaining this to family this morning. I was fine literally until we got into about Missouri. We stepped out of the truck to get gas in Missouri and AC, and my allergies hit like a fucking freight train. So I've been in the desert climate down in Texas, and even though Texas got a green yard, like it's rock, dirt, right? We go up to St. Paul and it was completely fine. My allergies weren't going nuts at all. I got like seriously, the moment I got home, and we had stepped out of the truck a couple of times, but I started to feel progressively worse as I got closer to the house. And I the bags under my eyes, my fucking cheeks are swollen. My sinuses felt like they're punching me in the asshole. I lay there coughing my head off, and I was just like, fuck it, I'll get up. So here I am. Here. See my face? It's lovely and swollen. Let's mute you, because I don't want to hear you 3 times. Oh, I just feel like I said, I feel like ass. Didn't know you have the iFly. I got it back in 2020. So are you going to Vegas? Sim takes forever to load. Very nice. Thank you, Chris. Fucking hell. The monorail site to take is to, I don't know, does the monorail stop at Westgate or does it stop at Circus? Because I have a feeling, if I remember correctly, and I probably don't, Westgate is on the other side of Circus, right? Hmm? Well, that would make everything, going around easier. Sim is going to take 9 years. The gate I stood at, only to be let down. Oh, whoa. Huh, failures. Gremlin Wranglers updated. Thank you, Chris. Settings. Oh, you're blah. Yeah, I uninstalled before I installed. Full transparency. This was bought for me by Ghosty, I think. It was either Ghosty or Chris back in 2020. Good morning. How are you, Lazzy? Oh, fuck. What is the hell is my sim brief number? You would think I would know this by now. I will say, Vector, that if you're, or if you haven't yet, I would watch some of the videos from Expo about the 220 and then tell me how excited you are. Fuck. I'm excited. I just felt like, yeah, so it's not representing on my face. Love your face, Iowa. Again, it was a pleasure to meet you, sir. Sorry, I seem like a lump on a log. I really am excited. And I actually talked to Any Builds about becoming a creator with him, but unfortunately that door is closed. My personal opinion on who stole the show at Expo.
This opinion is of my own and not of my employer.
I have missed that button. Hey, at least I didn't point at you and say the thing this year. Hades EFB stole the show, in my opinion. I honestly like just her excitement for the product, Dan's excitement for the product, watching everybody get a chance to see it in action. I am back, but I am not at 100%. So I'm making no promises on how far I'm actually going to go today. Hearing Chris's idea, or ideas, and hearing that those are going to become realities, or can become realities, I should say, is the proper way. And the overall functionality. Well, the easy answer is, do you enjoy having an EFB in any of the planes you fly? That's the easiest way to phrase that conversation, Vector. If you're the typical average sim pilot that wants to go for immersion, and you look at your EFB like I'm doing now, and you're like, oh, well, I need to do this, this, and this. Streamlines everything. Functionality is another thing that's just going to go fucking out the window. And the more people develop for it, the bigger it's going to go. And the base of it is free. And you don't necessarily need a tablet. You can use your phone, and I believe it's browser based. So even if you have a secondary window, you can throw it on that. Good morning, Dave. Good morning, Den. Lovely to see you, Gerd, sir. Sorry I didn't catch back up with you on Sunday. I ended up going back outside and hanging out with Chris and Corgi and Hawks before they left. And then I went back to the Airbnb and I was just like, then I got into Missouri last night and I was just like, we stepped out of the truck and instantly just the shit in the air. the degens are like, I mean, I just use it for the basic needs that I need to use it for. I haven't wrote it off. I'll wait until I see it live working in the real world, aka when you are using it. Deal. I've already asked her if I can show it off whenever the time comes. She's a firm believer that word of mouth is what's going to spread it, and I she took the words out of my mouth, because that's something that I learned with Cockspur. Was I could sit here and tell you guys about it all day long. I'm biased. I'm objectively biased because I was a community manager for Cockspur. So taking anything I said was take it with a grain of salt. Sure, I was showing you the Mustang. I was showing you the Phenom, and anything else Seb developed while I was the community manager. Right? Don't take my word. I said that very, very, very bluntly. Don't take my word. Not that I don't believe in myself. It was, I am objectively biased. In this case, when I get to show it off, I'm going to show it off. Plan to see me using it a lot. And if Chris gets to do what he was talking about, you'll definitely see me use it a lot. Like every single flight stream. Well, can you plug your stuff back in? How do you, what the hell? Yeah, you. Thank you. But that's what I want you guys to do. I want you guys to watch, and I want you guys to tell me what you guys think. And I don't have it now, but believe me, as soon as I do, you'll know. Oh, shut up. Boy. Did my first 2 flights in the Phenom and Jetcard. First full flights in the Phenom too. Just I see the pluses to the X-Plane version. They did a great job. Yeah. Yeah, my nav data is out of date. We'll fix that later. Well, hello. Put it in the right box, Troy. So how's everybody been for the last couple of weeks? Did you guys like the IRLs? Did you guys like the road trip? I enjoyed the IRLs. It was almost like I was there too. Yeah, believe me, been a busy 2 weeks. Feels like a month. It does. Feels like my body is it is very angry. Real ice stream's good. My face bad. Oh, We cheat. There we go. I'm too mean to myself, but Expo was good this year. A lot of people came, and I think I met the most people from the community, especially this group. Lots of us went. So I give Expo itself a solid 5. Overall, that's not like one particular group or anything else, but the Expo itself felt smaller than Providence. It definitely felt smaller than Vegas, and I think Vegas was like way more spread out than the other two. Definitely on Sunday, and Den, you can attest to this, there was a lot of developers who were just like, they had that zero fucks look on their face. So when you go to talk to somebody and they're so like off put that you even walk close to them, it was like, God forbid I get, you know, near you to talk to you. And I wasn't even going to talk about the stream. It was just like Katie and Dan, enthusiastic, happy about their product, went 110%, right? Wing guys, they were exhausted, rightfully so. DOF reality guys, that's it. The Jurassic Jets guys, they're passionate about their project. The Virtual USA Flying Club, those guys were all talking and having fun. Everybody else, it was like, God forbid. Any Builds was excited, but you could tell they were drained. Everybody else, you couldn't get to fucking talk to anybody. I went to talk to the Rossfire guys, or whatever the fucking the name is of the overhead that you bought, Chris, because D that comes in chat was like, can you go talk to them and then like give me a feel for the buttons? And I'm like, every time I go there, the guy who's representing them literally stands in fucking front of me and he takes a step back. And I was just like, at one point I was just like, well, you know, I normally charge for that. And he turned around and he looked at me. He's like, huh? I'm like, you've backed into me twice. I'm a fucking hard guy to miss. The Rose, whatever the hell their name is. So I'd gotten to the point where I was just like, D, you know what? Chris bought an overhead. Message him. Finally, it was like, it was Sunday, and Den and I were walking around. I mean, again, I'm not hard to fucking miss. There was only 2 other guys at the entire convention that were taller or bigger than I am. On Friday when they did it, I was wearing a big ass fucking orange t-shirt. Like, I stand out like a fucking traffic cone in the interstate. So I was just like, I got really off put, and I was like, okay, I'm sorry guys. I'm not going to stand here for this, because at this point I'm just, hi, can I have a minute of your time just so I can talk about your stuff? That's literally all I said. And then my mood went shit for the rest of the time. I tried to go Saturday to show Anna. And they were going to do an interview. So I was like, all right, I'll come back after you're done with your interview. Again, smug looks. And I was just like, what the fuck? And then I went back after we had gotten done with Anna. When we had walked back down, I went over to, again, try to put my hands on the product just to see how the switches felt. And I was just like, okay, same scenario. You can't get anybody who wants to talk. And then when I went on Sunday, like I said, Den was standing with me and he was like, backed up into me again. I'm like, how in the hell do you miss me? And finally I was just like, all right, I pushed him out of the way. Rosefire, however you say it. And I was just like, hey, I'm sorry. Like, his shoulder went right into my camera. And I was like, hey, sorry, bud. And I went in and I was like, so the switches feel great. The product looks great. as overall performance review, you're gonna have to talk to Chris. Customer service, I give him a solid 1.5. And again, I wasn't looking to buy it for myself. I was just looking to give feedback for somebody who was asking questions in chat. I wanted to love the product. Because you had told me, you know, you're like, yeah, but, you know, I already bought the overhead. It's done. And I'm like, damn. I tried to talk to Winwing again. It didn't go too well. Mostly because they're just like, we're not taking anybody right now. Okay, that's fair. Nice. Well, I'm glad you had a better experience. What I've always said, my experience is that of my own. It's not of anybody else's. And I've had, I mean, it was that way in Vegas. I don't remember who it was. In Vegas, Den had a great experience with one person, and I just couldn't get him to give me the fucking time of day. I can't remember who it was, though. Moby Flight. That's what I need. Let's see who else was there that... Obviously, I went to the VATSIM booth. No, there was somebody in Vegas where it was the reverse. I had a great experience with somebody and they wouldn't even give you the fucking time of day. It ended up pissing me off because I was just like, dude, he was literally just standing here. How was the Moza FMC McDo? I didn't even see it. Moza didn't have a lot on the floor this year. They had like a table at it. By the time I got to them, most of their stuff was just like packed up. Nope. The only Airbus panels I saw were Rossfire, or how in the hell you pronounce that name. The one in the same aisle on the opposite side was, I think it was a 7.3 panel, and the Airbus panel from Wind Control. So I'm being generous when I say the expo itself. The actual expo itself was a 5. Chris says like a 3.5. I think I'm being overly generous. Chris might agree with me. Den might agree with me. I personally think that KDZFB stole the show. That's it. That's not me sucking up to Katie in any way, shape, or form. It's just they were the most enthusiastic. Even when you could tell they were dead fucking tired, there was heart and soul in every presentation, and they treated everybody who waited in line to talk to them was by far the best. Whether you're enthusiastic about her product or not, it was hard not to be excited by the time you were done. I'm serious. And again, this isn't me sucking up. I am too blunt to suck up to anybody, believe me. This isn't anyone we know. However, someone we know saw this last night, and that was a diversion, Chris. But I'll talk about it here in a little bit. It was on my agenda, so thank you for actually posting that one because I can share that one. But yeah, I verified the person who I thought it could be, it wasn't. And then when I saw the tail number, it's a NetJets plane. Kind of no need for Flow Pro once her app comes out. That's all going to be situational based. They were an impressive group. They were. And believe me, I was talking to her at the bar on Thursday about it. And it's so Vegas for me is still the best, even though it was the most exhausting because I was working for it. You know, obviously I was still the CM. Providence was, I feel like Providence overall, the expo was slightly better than St. Paul. I don't know if that's because people pulled out because of everything that's going on in the world, everything that was going on earlier in the year. I don't know. There's too many I don't knows, and it just felt way overly crowded. I didn't get a chance to meet Katie personally. Trust me, if you get a chance to go to Vegas, meet her. She's amazing. Or I'll introduce you to her. And I literally told her, I was just like, hey, I've been bugging the piss out of Den to remind me to go talk to you. And she was just like, well, now you have a direct line to me. And I was like, yeah, thanks. I'll DM her when I actually, you know, feel like my brain isn't going to melt. But I think, again, I feel like I'm being generous. The expo was a 5. Katie and Dan stole a show, in my opinion. When Control was number 2, I expected an announcement out of them. Number 3 was Thrustmaster, and that GA yoke that they're making for $200. That might go on my I need list. As somebody who does so much GA flying, that might go to the top. I need, first and foremost, I need to upgrade my DCS stuff, and I got a chance to look at the possible replacements, but I may end up having to try it. And Turtle Beach was 4. Now, everything else for Expo was a 10 out of 10. We got in Wednesday night. We went and had dinner and a couple of drinks with Murph and his wife and Raul. And I believe Jeppesen was there. There's another gentleman and I forgot his name. I'm horrible with names. Thursday we got up. Whip's flight left early from Phoenix, and so we left and got up to the airport around 11:20-ish, 11:25. As he was landing and pulling into the gate, I saw Sheed walking on the terminal, and I was so tempted to run in because I saw the signature hair flip, you know, in the front. And I was so tempted to run into the terminal and just yell happy birthday at the top of my lungs, and I thought, nah, maybe that's a bad move. So let's not do that. We went and dropped him off at this hotel. We went back to the Airbnb, and then we ended up walking back to the hotel with him, and we went across the street to the Italian place where we got our food and a drink, and we sat down at the table, and Sky Command came in. And as Sky was in, I went down. Well, I had stepped away to go to the restroom, went downstairs to kind of touch base with Sky and see how he was and how his flight was. I got back to the table, and Captain Whip was like, we're not in a hurry to go anywhere, right? And I'm like, no, I have no plans. He goes, cool, I've got a couple of friends that are on their way. And I'm like, oh, cool, is it somebody I know? And he's like, I don't know. Like, he shrugged it off. And so I was like, oh, well, that's cool, because maybe I'll make new friends. I like making new friends. And then out of nowhere, about 15 minutes later, Aviator Chris comes from this way, and I'm sitting like at the table. So Chris comes this way, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? I thought you weren't coming. Because I literally asked him like a couple of days before, and he's like 90% sure he's not going. And I'm like, well, what the fuck? And then I realize who the fuck is with them, Mr. I don't go to fucking conventions, who I didn't even fucking bother about asking. I learned my lesson in Providence. Don't ask Corgi to go to FS Expo. So I didn't fucking expect that of all fucking things. So now I've got Corgi, like these motherfuckers had staged it to where they were coming in on opposite sides. I was going to see one without the other, and goddamn did they fucking nail it. That was the expo moment. Everything else that went on, including Bible study, and we will refer to that moment as Bible study. Nothing more, nothing less. God bless the Holy Ghost. Anyways, doesn't top that moment. From whip, pulling the fucking wool over my eyes to Chris and Corgi showing up. And I only hope that the rest of the group who I spent the majority of the weekend hanging out with enjoyed it as much as I did. And I mean that wholeheartedly. And I'm glad that I got to see Den again. I'm glad I didn't lose my I call that chapter 4 of the book of Deuteronomy. Yeah, we'll go with that, sir. I feel that's going to be hard to be topped. I know that next year the chances of seeing Corgi go to Vegas are absolutely none. I hope. Well, no, there's not. There's just no way. Just bring pull tabs. Hey, Corgi, I got pull tabs. Will you come hang out with us? Gallon smokes. Let's go. I can barely hit my vape right now, dude. My lungs feel like ass. My body feels like poor life choices have been made. My commute to Expo was forever. Just 9 hours. So I'm not logging this for ProFlight only because I haven't flown this plane yet. And it looks like the 2 were used last, so I will do that tomorrow. Are we already done? This is my first chance of using it. You'll have to tell me more about the Jetcard program, and is there a reason for me to get it? Think of Jetcard as NetJets or any other charter company that does the majority of your flight planning for you. I use it in conjunction with ProFlight. For obvious reasons, I'm a member of ProFlight. But we have a community, group on Jetcard that's just for the stream. That anybody is welcome to join. Oh, I got it sent to me the other day by Mountain Man. Offline flying today? Yes. I don't fly an aircraft for the first time on the network. Try to be a responsible flight simmer. Are you on the network? I didn't know you were home. I mean, if you want to join, by all means, I can. Are you sick? Well, if you're in Must Plus, I can turn on multiplayer. Wife had surgery, so I'm home helping her out. Okay. New. Well, plus side is I'm showing you. I don't mean that to be cocky. So go to your general settings, online tab, real-time online, East, US East, please. Thank you. Ta-da! Gonna install 24 here in a bit. Nice. Good morning, nerd. Barely. Here, I'm just gonna do this. That's in pre-file. Have you? That was loud. Oh, hi. Pre-fill traffic, pro flight 455 taxi, runway 14 Foxtrot Whiskey. Hey, nerd. Helps if you remove the steering pin. Meow.
American 88 will be taxiing a bit out behind company to runway 14 via Foxtrot Whiskey.
Oh shit, did I? Let me get up here and I'm gonna pull up into this word up pad here in just a minute. At the end of 1-4. I'm awake. Told you I feel like I look. The light adds dynamic effect and shading to my face. Brake check. Hello? Thank you. Close. 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 Don't need you today. Run. Morning, Neil. Love your face. Hopefully. I love your face. Thank you for the 200 biddies. For flight 455 taking off runway 14 straight out. D-Gens, all of you.
Approaching 14. runway 14.
V1.
Positive brake, gear up. For flight 455, climbing through 6,000 direct Farmington, final call, Springfield. Okay, Optine and Sheet Teak shops with my mom and aunt back in a bit. Hicks! Can you ride on the wing? No, you're not that kind of gremlin.
American 88, taking off runway 14, Springfield.
Well, it didn't try to put me in the ground on takeoff, so that's a plus.
Welcome to the Synaptic Simulations A220 by Unibuilds.
It's gonna be hard not to want to fly it. Less than 60. I'm not going to be that picky. 220 can cross the pond, can it? Need Corgi to do cabin announcements. I know he's gonna say pay me. It's only fitting. No one would know him better than he would. I think I've asked him before, and his response was pay me, and I'm like, can I start a GoFundMe? Well, like, who do we know that would be better suited for it? I don't know. I wonder, though. No. I want to turn the autopilot in Microsoft Flight Simulator into a tablet with Anna's face on it. That was fun, and I have to thank Corgi again the next time I see him for helping me do that, by the way. For those of you who don't know, I took Anna in a very botched, but I would say it's a successful first attempt with a lot of lessons learned around Expo so she could see it. How to crash land for dummies. Pull gear up. Aim nose down. Jump out of plane. Yo, what's up, Captain Whip? so sorry that you're stuck on a beach in Hawaii today. I know you'd much rather be at Zamboni's. We need to come up with a concept shirt idea. That Whip gave me yesterday that says, I'd rather be at Zamboni's. Yes. Whip gave me the idea yesterday on the way home. We also need to convince Whip's wife and Chris in text to go to Vegas. Yes. Instantly. I have to recalculate after I get done streaming today what my sub goals need to be to realistically make Vegas happen next year, and then like actively hit them every month. And really try to get my fucking teeth done. The sad thing is, I know that the kick goal would be more reachable, but I know how the community feels about kick. I might turn the gremlin into a kick only thing, just because that way it would incentivize, you know, for all the recklessness and help towards us hitting goals that will make Expo next year possible. No, he stopped in Tulsa last night. I got a message at about, I want to say it was like 12:30, 12:25 in the morning, you know, midnight. 12:24. Made it to Tulsa, checked in a room, no casino tonight, maybe tomorrow. I was passed out way before that. Not way before. I tried to stay up, but I zonked hard. I want to be in cryo sleep. See how my face is swollen? Yeah, it hurts like got hit in the face with a brick. Boy. But thank you, sir, for hanging out with us. It was a pleasure and an honor. And I mean that sincerely. Like, it was a blast. I do think that next year, if you guys want, for everybody who's actually going, if you guys are up for it, to do the Airbnb as a group again. Well, Tex and I had done it for the last 2 years, but like get a group of us. You take me with you again? Yes. So, I've reached out to a couple of IRL streamers that kind of do the same thing. And I'm hoping to hear back from them. I don't expect anything right away, but it'll give me some ideas on some upgrades. One of the things I was told was to get like an Osmo Pocket for your perspective. Number one, it'll help with my IRL content, but two, I can gimbal it off of my general direction. And so that way you kind of have a level view. And the other thing was to possibly raise it like off the top of my shoulder or mount it on the top of my shoulder so that you're seeing it from as close to my perspective as possible. And the other thing was to try to find something to mount it to the top of the tablet. So that way you actually get a first person perspective from there. And I'm like, well, she's short, so that actually works because I can hold it at that height. Not making fun of you at being short, just where the tablet was respectively would have been there. But hey, you got to sit at the table with me, Chris, Corgi, and Whip. And the other thing that Corgi had suggested was if I do end up using a phone again, to get a dual eSIM set up specifically for Expo. But we also have all the time to work out all the kinks. Uh-huh. Did you hear where Expo is next year, Nell? Let's see. So what from Expo is everybody excited about that's coming for the rest of this year? The wind control tiller. Did they say how much that's going to be? And hopefully the 787. Have hope for the 787. You said it felt realistic, didn't you? I mean, I don't know anybody who knows the Airbus tiller. I want a motion sim thanks to Chris. He sold me. Yeah, so I asked them the price for that. And my AI is already turning Django on. I asked the price of that for Anna and it was $7,700. That's what he said. I don't know if that's not counting shipping. Because they had the H6 on the floor, right? So that's the H3. Where in the fuck can you just find... They said it was the H6, right? So that was the H6. I'm not going to like the 737 quadrant. It went from 3,600 to 4,100 after Expo. Oh, wait. The flight H6. So yeah, $7,500 plus shipping. So let's just call it $1,200 in shipping. So 76, 12 would be 88. But there you go, Anna. That's the one that was on the floor. And then the one that Chris has is this one, right? But that's for extra weight, like overheads, the whole 9 yards. And this is the one they had on the show floor. Is it force feedback? Chris? Oh. So there was a guy that looked like he was heavier than I am, and we were way around the same, I believe. No, you weigh less than I do, I think. The P6 is designed for more weight. Are those fucking seats coming with it? 6 degree of freedom. Yep, there it is, $400. Or the beginner one, and the other seat is $596. I think that's the one they were using on the show floor. I could be wrong. Better start buying Powerball and Lotto tickets. I don't have the space for one, even if I could get one, so I'm out. So one of y'all needs to build a sim pit, and I need to go fund me so that way I can come visit you guys and play in said sim pit. I need to look at updating my graphics card, update my combat gear, win the lottery, fix face hole, go to Expo. Well, the most expensive thing is my smile. With someone that had for like 4 hydraulic stands went under each base leg of the next gen Boeing seats. The company name escapes me. I'm sure if it was a lower cost of entry. The one with the seaplane was only 3 degrees of freedom. The fighter jet was a 60 OF. Chris can back me up on that one, but I'm like 99.9% positive that the seaplane was only a 3 degree. Four. So this is what the seaplane was. This is what Chris has. But unless you need the extra weight, correct me if I'm wrong, this is what Chris suggests. All right, stare at the plane. I will be right back. My nose is about to go blow. Am I getting a new rocking chair? No. I don't have the space for it. Even if I did win the lottery, I'd have to build a house with a room for it. Yeah, or get one of those like man cave portable houses. They look like yeah. You said bubbles and I read pebbles and then instantly thought about Chris. I'm not explaining the connection to this. I'm wholesome. Very fitting. Thank you for the 100. What up, mofo? Leaving for a week and a half. Left the Citation X at Springfield. Thank you, sir. What are you up to, Rich? Rich is like, I'm already set up for Vegas. Good morning, 80K. It was nice to see you again at Expo. Well, it's going to be a stormy night.
Oh, and here's the child support.
Captain Whip, I love your face, sir. Thank you for the child support payment. After what you and your burger did to me, I think that is fitting. Thank you, sir. And again, thank you for everything at Expo. Father, Dylan, Echo, Cleve. Listen. I'm willing to say it wasn't you who did it, but it was your burger. But still, it happened. We had a moment. There was eye contact.
support.
What the hell, Ewald? Thank you so much, sir. Katie Pilot, Title, AJ, Hunter, and Dan. Thank you. Wow. Hi, Katie. I was talking about you earlier. Burgers and milk, yes. No, I said that you and Dan were the best presentation at Expo this year. I'm not being biased or anything else. Overall, the Expo, I gave a 5 compared to other years. You guys broke something. I forgot Gremlins on. Oh. Figures. All right. Not gonna kill me yet. Yeah, it works. But what I had said was this. Katie and Dan, even in the bar, were willing to talk about their product. And the amount of energy that you guys put on your booth was the best that I've seen since the Vegas Expo. Cutting it down to everything else. And you never turned away somebody who wanted a presentation. And you gave the same amount of energy and enthusiasm for every one of them. And I know how exhausting that can be, believe me. What I would like to do, though, is apologize for hitting you in the face on Sunday with my camera. It was totally unintentional, and the look on my face. So for those of you guys who don't know what I'm talking about, on Sunday I went through to do a walkthrough with, chat on the camera on my shoulder, on my backpack. I went to reach around Katie, and you guys have to understand, the photo looks horrible on my part. But you can tell I am starting to not feel well. Like I'm tired. I'm starting to feel tired. And you can tell Katie is exhausted. You can tell physically, like the level of, but nonetheless, she can't fly now, Arch. Wow, Whip. Wow, are you really going to like make me feel bad? So I haven't uploaded the photo yet, I don't think. Wait, did I? I did. So honestly, I'm excited that I got a chance to get this photo. Okay? What you don't see is right before I have this clip that's right here. It's holding a note which is being used to record to the stream, and I smacked her in the damn head, and I swear I could have gave you a concussion if I didn't. And I already look tired. You can tell Katie is getting tired. Just the amount of energy that went nonstop. If you looked at her booth, the amount of energy at that booth far exceeded everything. And I'm saying this in my opinion. There was more energy at that booth than the wing control guys. No, Jurassic Jets is in my top 5. It was amazing. Like I said, if there's anything I can do to help, and I'll reach out again once I rest. My sinus cavities are swollen to shit. The light does a great job at hiding it. And this morning I could barely talk, and I'm slowly getting my voice back. Yeah. 45 months. That is crazy. But like I said, and I've told everybody, don't take my word for it. When I get to show it, I'm going to show the shit out of it. The things that you're doing with that are going to make my life so much easier. And the thing is this, as somebody who does, like, I prefer to fly GA, right? Obviously, we all know this. I did a lower 488 2 in the 208, and I was in like heaven every fucking leg. And I have another one that's going to go longer than that. I'm going to go from Alaska to north of Newfoundland. I'm not going to do cross country. I'm going to start from Alaska and go all the way down the west coast, all the way down towards Argentina, well, to the bottom of Argentina, come across the islands, and then come all the way back up the east coast of the Americas. That's going to be my next one. I'm working out the final legs, routes, cross-referencing to airports that are in the simulator, and still trying to finalize what aircraft I'm going to do it in, but it's either going to be a single-engine turboprop or dual-engine piston. But nonetheless, everything that was there, and then when Chris was just like, hey, I wonder if we could build an app for ACARS. I was like, dude, sold. Just fucking sold. One less thing I have to run on the computer. It is a hike. It's been one of those things that I really wanted to work on for a long time. It's one of those like routes if I ever had the chance to do it. Hey, Wombi, there's somebody I haven't seen in a while. It's been what, 3 days? 4 days. The plane, you can do it in Jetcard and do it there. Jetcard wouldn't allow me to do the custom legs. You're still recovering with your feet? Are you, listen, Whip, I need to know, since you know, you horribly had to go to work yesterday, and I mean, just like, oh, I know, like 320 captains, you guys got to go to these places like fucking Hawaii and spend 3 days on the beach. I don't know how you guys do it. It would be so draining to have to fly, you know, out on an island in the Pacific Ocean and like sip drinks with your feet in the sand for 3 days. That's like complete horror. How do you guys do it? For the record, Whip knows that I'm just poking fun at it. I want my nerd dungeon. Yes. Well, you put it that way. I know, right? I think I remember you now. You're in the pilot uniform next to Arch? No. Just hard making the checkout deadline on Monday. Monday, I think I very rarely so I stream Monday from my Airbnb, and it was very much a I don't want to move. I started outside on the back porch. I went into the sunroom afterwards. There was a point where I even passed out on stream. It's like back in my military days, please, no, stop, don't send us on temporary duty to these highly desirable locations. right? How dare they? I swear, we need to make a t-shirt that says, I'd rather be at Zamboni's, and wear it up until we decide where the next place is going to be next year. Katie, I hope you and Dan are going to Vegas, or I hope that we get to see you in Vegas. I told Tex, I was like, we need to come up with a logo or an image, and I'm going to make a t-shirt with 0 profit on it and throw it on my merch store. Did I not introduce you to Whip? Zamboni's bartender was very happy with the flight sim crowd. Zamboni's bartenders actually emailed Corgi, one of my mods that showed up with Chris, the one I didn't fucking expect at Expo at all, because he was helping pick up glasses on our table every time Whip would buy another round. So Corgi was picking up all the glasses on our table and taking them up to the bar. Priceless. Oh, no kidding. It was definitely the after hour spot. But again, don't take 100% of my word for it. I mean, I'm not gonna, obviously you guys know me, I'm blunt, right? Go watch the videos that were done over the EFB, and then come back and tell me. I've already said I'm going to use the hell out of it. Literally, it just repurposed my tablet that was solely bought for taking Anna around. So when I'm not going to have Anna on my tablet, that will be its new home. And if you haven't yet, go join the early access list, and also join Katie's Discord. I'm not sure. I know that if we decide to get a group, they have suites. They listed them on Airbnb. Not like I was pre-planning, but I was kind of getting a general idea of what Airbnb prices were that were going to be Remotely close? Phone, stop blowing up. I'm not going to answer you. The Westgate does have a casino floor. So you stick pick, please respond. Wait, what? Again. But sending me pictures of your Moza gear that you want, this is getting awkward, sir. No, we're not. Fine. Okay, here, eye contact. Lewd? Never. Not around here, no. We're wholesome content. Wholesome family Minecraft server. Thank you for the follow again. That's the Westgate. So we know Red Box and then we'll be happy. It's right across the street from a golf course. That's a price for a week. Some holes, I mean holes, yes. That's looking at 4-bedroom houses. Or anything with 4 beds plus. So that's close. I'll sleep in a dryer. Nice. I'm not. Listen, guys, what is with you guys wanting to see this in a hot tub? I can vouch, it's not attractive. I did it one time to promote a GoFundMe. And whoever at Expo walked up to me and said, "Feet pics win." I don't know who you are. But I know you pay attention. Arch is hot tub Jesus? That's a lie. Katie, I apologize for the degeneracy that is my community. But what the hell? Oh, actually, I'm not attractive and I still like hot tubs. That's a lie. Well, you know Den, so obviously you never mind. This is why we can't have nice things. I'm innocent. Shush. Motherfucker, I have photos from Vegas that beg to differ. I'm pretty sure there was at least one point in Vegas a couple of years ago. You were my seeing eye dog because I was plastered off my ass. No, it wasn't as bad as you making me to the point where I made Brett howl for me, which I'm never showing that video on stream again. Because nobody needs to see that. I'm also innocent. The fact that you say you're innocent automatically means you're not. I'm here for the yes to all. Let's not. Okay, let's not talk about the video any more than just talk about it. We don't have to show it. No one needs to see that. And wholeheartedly, that will probably never be done again, because that's when Whip officially owned my liver. And hey, look at the weather outside. It's gonna storm like shit tonight. Katie, just to confirm something, since you're here, your target is fourth quarter this year, right? Oh, damn it. Oh, no. Okay. And yes, I totally understand how draining that can be, because I wasn't even at a booth in Vegas. I was walking the floor as the CM for Coxburg, and I lost my voice on Friday before the floor even opened. So I totally understand why I was just like, you can do this. Hang in there. You got this. Providence, I got asked a lot. This year I only got asked twice. There was just like a couple of people who walked up and was like, are you ever going to bring back the Mustang and the Phenom 100? And I'm like, no. Sorry. Clicky, clicky, clicky. When do you have to go back to work, Katie? Nice. You get to decompress, recover. Whip's like lucky. Flies home Sunday. Takes early flight, recovers on Monday, has to fly to Hawaii because, oh my God, how horrible. I should book days off after my London trips. Yeah. Kind of have been deep in development since I got home. Added some really cool features based on some conversations had over the weekend. Nice. I have one day off, then fly out again. So what, you come home Friday, day off Saturday, fly out Sunday? Reminds me I have to book the next one in 2 weeks. Already? Wait. Yeah, I didn't realize it was the 17th. Damn. I didn't get a chance to try the EFBX. Weekend went by so fast and the booth was crowded every time I went by. It was crowded, but the amount of energy, unmatched. Chart. And still waiting on my BMW slow dealership. Been a week in Denmark, then a week in Austria. Something is telling me I'm not going to be seeing my house much yet again. Didn't you have that happen last summer? You don't understand. This 6-hour flight is a lot to it. Sir. By the way, it's all living in the Midwest. Stay safe today. Be prepared to run to your shelters. Just talk to the weather guru I know, and he says that this might be pretty freaking bad. I'm in a category 3 area, which is when I start to prepare things. Just got 2 weeks of office in London, now 2 weeks at home, then 3 weeks in 3 different countries. If there was ever any thought that Din was pure and angelic, I think that just went out the window. I should grab a coffee with Katie when in London. You should. And have to grasp the idea of cricket's game. I have to go watch the Women World Cup semi-finals in the Kia Oval 1st July with the company. Never understood the game. Neither do I. Now I get to act like I'm actually a controller that knows how to vector somebody for an approach. Might actually do one of those streams tomorrow.
What's up, My Tech Review? How was the road trip? It was fine until I got to my home state, and then I opened up the door and I realized my face instantly hurt from the pollen and my allergies went nuts. And my face feels like it's seeing the bad end of a bad bar trip. I'm not gonna drink for at least 6 months. Listen, I learned when Whip says your glass will never be empty to actually believe him. And to pace myself. It was great weather in Mini. It did so Sunday night, I think it was. The wind picked up around 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. And then it rained off and on through the night. So it was, that was Monday night. And it was raining Tuesday when we were packing up the truck to leave. And then as we got out of the metro area, like on the 35 itself, not on 35E, and so south of the airport, it was pretty clear skies all the way down. It's just my sinuses, like you can tell my face is pretty swollen. My sinus cavity hurts like hell. I haven't had a drink in 5 years, lots and lots of weed though, but that's another story. Weed's legal in Vegas. Not that I would have ever looked. Friday, I was challenged by Sky Command and Corgi. I never fully recovered. I learned never to let airline pilots challenge a Southwest pilot. Like I've been saying, there's a lot of things that have to happen before Vegas becomes a reality for me, and mostly because I'm going to be hardware locked by next year. But I have a list of things that I need to do. I've been talking to some people, getting some kind of feedback, some advice. Mr. Carpenter, I have learned to just roll with it a lot of the times. Sometimes I'm like, huh? Other times I'm just like, yeah. He was in op on Friday, but he had a second win. In op is an understatement. Literally, I was telling people on Thursday, actually, like, right after I was done talking to Katie on Thursday, when we ran into each other with Ian at the bar. I am the most degenerate crowd having streamer on Twitch in the flight sim category. The end. It can't be matched. But I was telling people to remember to stay hydrated, drink plenty of water. Nobody listened. including myself. No, actually, I did listen because I was drinking. No, I was chewing on ice. Never mind. Still water. I no idea. Wait. Hang on. Look, see, I was sober. Captain Whip, me, Hawks, Porgy, Raoul, James, Aviator Chris, Tex. Literally taken 5 seconds later. So next year we got to get a group photo with Katie in it. I'm sorry, ma'am. You signed up for this shit. I thought I was pissed at him. There was one point I had Sky's wallet in my pocket and I don't remember why. There was also a point at Zamboni's, he had cold sweats and I was just like, water, dude. Judge Doom, dude. We need to make that a sound clip. $190 at 8, 10 miles, scattered 55, broken 9,500, broken 13, broken 25, broken 33, 27, 16, 2977. Right now it's on my stream deck. The ones in for bits are on Stream Elements. However, I have an idea to run StreamerBot off the IRL stream server. Just so it's one less thing I'm running off the home computer. And so far it worked while we were gone. Offered him a bottle of tequila for his pain and suffering. Speaking of bot, actually need to fix that. Carpenter. Thank you for the 100 biddies, sir. I should have known. You would think I'd learn by now. Expo was good. What I don't think you guys see, for those of you who don't go to Expo, you guys will always see the creator stuff from like the live cams and the live streams when we walk the floor, and you'll see the YouTube videos and all that. You miss the best part of Expo. Don't get me wrong. Seeing products on the floor is amazing. It's hanging out with your friends after the expo's over that makes the entire trip. like you guys saw me drive over 2,200 miles to go to Expo in Providence when I flew to Austin, and we did the road trip with Tex from Austin all the way up to Providence. That's, you know, 3 days of driving nonstop. It's, if I could package, or if I thought I wouldn't get banned, stream like when Chris, Corgi, myself, Tex, and Whip went and hung out at Zamboni's. That is what it was. It's being able to walk up and seeing people like Katie and Den and Wombi and all that, the people who I've, you know, spoken to on the other side of the streams and whatnot. And it's like, hey, we're all old friends. That's what makes Expo worth going. Y'all were the first group I got to see at the bar, and I was genuinely remember, like, that's the best part of going. It is. And like, I'm gonna steal Chris's words that he had said. It felt like when we all got to the bar outside of the convention and we were sitting there having a drink, it's like time had, it was like, it was just yesterday we were all in Providence sitting down, having a drink, shooting the shit, right? That's what you don't see about the convention. I liken it to a high school reunion you want to go to. Sorry, never been to one myself, but I imagine it's got to be like that. Yes. Why did my sim freeze? Hello? Sim? Don't you freaking crash. Do you smell cinnamon? Remember when I said I was getting throttled? I don't even think I have a Philly scenery installed. Yeah, no kidding, right? Are you done spazzing? I think it's done having a stroke. Maybe. Probably. Had that happen before. I also have one hidden failure in there, so I know I know PAX 2 is out. Lights are on. Do. Do. Do 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 do. Hey, what's up, Sky? The man, the myth, the legend. He lives. This guy. You end up going to Expo or nah? You know, I don't remember seeing you. There's no controller online. And I disconnected due to my frames dropping to like 1. That reminds me of Thursday night. Yes, it was Bible study. I do. Make it rain. I'm descending out to 3,000 before I turn back in. Well, getting ready to now. Being a lazy pilot. We're at Philly, not DCA. You put donation too much in the donation cup? That donation tray. Am I right or am I right? I don't know what you're all are on about. I got pizza at Zamboni's every day, then went home. I have no idea, Sky. I saw you drinking plenty of water. Child support, yes. Yes. Whip. Priceless. Yes. 1000%. You come with me, I'll save you. All for a glass of milk. $2,100 for the intercept. John 87. Arch 316 says my liver just whipped my ass. Bible studies in Vegas next year is going to be off the hook. Me sitting here giving myself vectors in my own head. I just hope I'm able to make Vegas. We shall see. I tip the nuns very well next year. Gears down. G7. No, it was the one directly across from Zamboni's. Like, if you were to look out the window we were sitting next to on Saturday, if you were to look right across the intersection, that was the bar they were at. So across the street from the Holiday, in the other direction. Crash site in sight. Yes. Yes, Foggy. There's a lot more to that statement, Foggy. Yeah. A lot more. A lot more. I don't have a prediction bot. I mean, you do great. I'm gonna go for milk after this, and I'll see you when I get home.
1,000.
Approaching 27. Right.
$400. 300. 200. Light slope. Light slope. 100. Light slope. 50. 40. Light slope. 30. 20. 10. 5.
I paid for the whole damn runway. I'll use it. All of my flights come with free chiropractic service, so that way your back gets popped on landing. You're welcome. I get paid while the engine's running, so I'm not in a rush. Back to Springfield. It was a 249. It wasn't horrible. Could it have been better? Yes. Here? No. It is. A pass for today. Maybe tomorrow? What's Friday look like? Okay. Vector, are you still here? You gonna do the return? RNAV 20 from I Know You. Philly 327 left. Route. Activate. Accept. Perfinet. Do do do. Do 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 do. No, I'll fly it online. I turned it off because of the stutters. Let me know when you're ready. I'll be right back. Meow, 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 meow. There you are. So let's see, what issues did we have? So whip, standby hydraulic pump failed, and Ewald got number 2 pack trip. Mm-hmm. Which button is the kaboom button? The big button. Fire, please. Not like engine fire, but like start. There we go. That or to cool them down. I'm not 100% positive. Who's the idiot who forgot to chip the gens first? This guy. This is why I don't fly for a living. If only I had a checklist.
And Philadelphia traffic, American 88 is taxiing the runway 27 left via Juliet, November Sierra, crossing 27 right at November.
That's a wall.
Philadelphia KLM 52 Delta is now taxiing to runway 27 left via Juliet, November Sierra.
Philadelphia traffic, Pro Flight 455, taxi runway 27 left via Mike crossing 27 right. We'll hold short of pop up for the traffic.
Approaching 27 right.
Philly traffic, American 88, taking off runway 27 left. Philly traffic, American 88 is well clear of runway 27 left, last call.
Philly traffic, Pro Flight 455, taking off runway 27 left.
Philadelphia KLM 5 details lining up behind departing traffic 27 left behind.
We'll be out of your way quickly.
Approaching 27 left. On runway 27 left.
V1.
Philadelphia KLAS 52 Delta taking off to 7 left.
Profile 455, climbing through 6,000 all the way up. Final call, Philly. Yeah. I identify as a 757.
Philadelphia KLAS 52 Delta airborne on 7 left, climbing 4,000.
But yep, find out quick. I wanted out of that KLM guy's way. Even though our course was even nowhere near one another. How high are you going up? That is amazing, D. So high, Snoop Dogg would be jealous. 360 to start. Okay, I'm going all the way up to 40. If only my throat would stop being on fire. Got plenty of space between us. Oh, you don't have to push it. You can try. I don't think you'll get the window open, but you can try. Do 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 do. I went quiet because I was losing my voice. Really should have taken the day off. And the camera's off because the light was killing my eyeballs.
Philadelphia South American 763.
Someone forgot to change their radio. Well, we need to get you GFX so you can see all the fancy contrails and cloud wing and moisture effects. I don't have all the extra bells and whistles just because of the fact that I keep my frame rates from tanking. Also why my frames are locked at 33 in the sim. And then you see issues like earlier where things loading in just tank my sim. It'll be a while, but we'll get there. I don't, sorry, I don't have frame gen on. I have a 3080. But I don't honestly remember. I've tried not to mess with anything off the base itself, just so that way I don't experience issues as a general rule. If that makes sense. Yes, it does. I only started doing it because I was running into FPS issues in MustBus 2020 with the base 2070 Super. It really helped me, but I get you don't want to experiment and ruin it since streaming is your job. Yeah. And I had a 2060 before this. We'll talk about upgrade. This one was bought from Goodwill. No, Marketplace. John found it on a Facebook Marketplace deal and was just like, hey, I've got something coming to you. I was like, huh? Realistically, I'm just trying to figure out a way to... I'm going to end up having to save and spending money up front to get into the 50 series cards because I don't want to have to go to the 60. And the thing is, like, NVIDIA cards are very... If you're in the 30 series, your next upgrade is 50. If you're in the 20, your next upgrade's in the 40. Like, you skip a gen, right? I saw a substantial increase from the 2060 to the 3080. At that price point, you're not going to find what he paid for this card again, especially not in today's market. The only downfall is to go and skip a generation. It's cheaper for me to go buy a pre-built computer than it is to buy just the graphics card, even what they're asking for them used. And with home AI becoming a thing, you're seeing a lot of cards be used for that. Like even Tex was looking for a 5090 for his home AI. Hey Blaze. 12900K. I9 12900K. No. Who knows? Maybe it works. What could go wrong? I breathe. Yes. It's going to be interesting.
November 28, checking in with you.
When is this all supposed to start blazing? Are they wanting something from the controllers or what? Hi, Anna. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I'll read that here in a little bit, Blaze. Did I pick up the new Atlanta? No, off of the advice of Captain Whip. I just had to create a waypoint so I can cross it. 301 at 84. What do you got? So Springfield is cross 60 from Springfield at 16,000 normally. So you're going to go down to your legs page, right? And you're going to click on a fix. Right. In this case, it's Springfield. Or you can type KS SGF slash minus 60. Well, nope, that won't work. But like in this case, it's Springfield, right? So you go Springfield and then you type slash minus 60 because that's 60 miles. And then you click on Springfield again. And it will put this in there, so SGF01. And then we want to do, actually, realistically, it would be like 280 at 16,000. And there you go. But in this case, we're not going to worry about speed because center's not online. Or approach. If approach or center was online, then you would. And in most cases, I'm going to be controlling Springfield approach, and I'm going to tell you to keep your speed up until you get to about 12,000 is when I start paying attention. Well, I'm saying at the last time I looked, you were not online. You're not online. And most of the time, most of the Kansas City controllers that are rated for center or approach are realistically going to make sure you have space. So we're looking for 10 miles or better. And a worst case scenario, Blaze would tell you to keep your speed up and you would throttle me back. Just to make sure you have 10 miles. Because of the way Springfield's RNAV approach works, without going into a lot of detail, the phraseology from center would be like, at pilot's discretion, cross 60 miles east of Springfield at or above 16,000, right? And so that's what you would put into your FMC. In some cases coming out of Memphis, so like Razorback, they would tell you to cross before the boundary at 16,000. That's because the airspace boundary down there is on the border. So in this case, we know it's Springfield. We know real world procedures are 60 miles from Springfield. Springfield VOR is like 3 miles north of the airport. 5 miles at most. I don't remember the exact. So we use that as a fix. Now, let's say Blaze is at center and Blaze tells you to descend at pilot's discretion to descend and maintain 16,000. Now you know where you need to be at to hit that mark. In most cases, on a flight plan like this, you're not going to get vectored. Now, Blaze can come on and completely contradict everything that I'm telling you, but I'm telling you a most cases scenario. Thing is, I control Springfield more than anybody in the airspace outside of centers who are working top down. I'm personally going to tell you, you're cleared direct. I know you at that point because I can clear you to that fix and put you directly on the RNAV. It minimizes my workload as a controller, and it puts you onto the RNAV. Pretty much clears you all the way down. At that point, the only other thing I'm going to do is tell you to descend and maintain 3,000 and hope to God I do not have to vector you around radio towers. Very rarely do I ever have to because most people don't, you know, bomber down to 3,000 right away. If you do, then I'll tell you to stop your descent at 4,000 or 4,500, whatever the NDA is in that sector. But in most cases, coming in this way, you're going to avoid that. Considering the winds, the last time I looked, so the winds are 200, 22 gust 32. They're gonna favor 20. Which would mean Springfield's in a south blow. Unless you're a crazy masochist that wants a crosswind for 1-4. Yeah. If I was controlling Springfield, you would be getting 20. I just wanna breathe. Oh yay, storms. It's That's... Fudge. No, I'm allergic to Missouri. That's fudge. That's He's back from outer space. He has a fucking cold and it is making his face hurt bad. Yeah, I lost it. $900 trillion out of 10. Are you going to Vegas? Oop. Okay, I think I'm done sneezing. Ugh. Thank you for the follow. Everything good? Was it a bad surgery? Oh. You took out the playground, eh? That was a bad joke, but why can I not find you on Discord? Well, I mean, happy for you. And I hope that helps. Seriously, I was looking for you on Discord so I can be like, that was a poorly done joke, but I didn't want to go personal. But no, I get it. I get it. Oh shit, my shoulder. I should get that done. Good. I've enjoyed taking advantage of working from home. So you're gonna have to forgive my ignorance. I thought you drove a vehicle for work. So when you said working from home, I was like, are you driving a remote control truck? Are you driving a fucking Tesla truck? Listen, fucking 2026. I wouldn't be surprised. Wait, you do AutoCAD? Like units or like huh? That's two people who use CAD to some extent in this community, and a third that does it for recreation. I believe Anna uses a CAD program of some kind, and I just forgot the damn name of it. At work, I use SolidWorks, and at home, I use SolidWorks and Onshape. So kind of the same thing, maybe? Question mark. I'm higher the dumb. The altimeter's 2955. I wonder if there's storms brewing. Oh, excuse me. You've been live for almost 6 hours. How are you feeling? Like the dead. I should have done what I said I was going to do and taken the day off. How are you, Neil? How was your trip so far? Yeah, it's because I keep jockeying with the spoilers. I need more Jetcard pilots. Must make more money, must pay off debt. What planes can you fly on Jetcard if I got it and joined you? Only planes that you own? You can only generate trips off of planes that you own. I know that much. I don't know. If that goes for charters, like direct charters or not. But currently we have a 320, which is currently not locked out. A 737-8, but you can fly the 800. It's the BBJ version. 777-200 ER. It's sitting at Centennial. The Sovereign Plus ×2, which I don't have. The Citation 10, which Den has got locked up. The Phenom 300E and the Piaggio. But I'm willing to add anything as long as the person who wants the ad is willing to fly it to cover the lease payment. That 777 makes bank on long haul flights. I just don't have the energy to sit at the desk, especially right now. And I would do them on stream, but well, you know how long haul flights in my stream works. I've thought of it. I really have thought of it. I used to pillow flight quite a bit and just let the stream run while I'm sleeping. Springfield traffic, Pro Flight 455 is 8 miles from an OU for the RNAV 20.
Springfield traffic, American 88 is 10 mile final for runway 20.
The only thing with Jetcard is like once you start a trip, you're kind of locked to it. So if you start a trip from like Springfield and it tells you you're going to Mexico City and then you got Deadhead, then it's a minimum of 2 legs, but you can fly as many legs as you want. I think up to 6. It's a $20 investment, realistically, and it gives you options and the stories with it and like a purpose. You can use it overseas. Takes you to some airports you normally wouldn't go to.
Springfield traffic, American 88 is vacated, runway 20. Taxiing via Uniform and Echo to the terminal.
1,000.
Approaching 20.
Five hundred. $400. $300. $200. $100. $50. $40. $30. $20. $10. $5.
Speed brake. Speed brake. Speed brake. Speed brake.
Approaching 3, 2.
Boom. I don't know what the landing rate was yet, sir. Oh, no, not really. I will work on my landings. Fucking lungs work. How do you go around and travel and not feel like ass all the time, Corgi? Like, I hit Missouri and instantly my allergies are like, get bent. No, it's mostly my allergies, and it's really stupid because as soon as I get done, as soon as I park this, I gotta go mow my grass because it's getting ready to storm like a motherfucker. He built different. Facts. What's up, Cobra? But yeah, I need to go mow my yard because as much as I don't want to, they say we're in line for some horrible storms, which is going to be lovely. And yes, I hand flew the landing. That'll do, pig. That'll do. I think it's worth it, but I'm biased. However, the inside is not the same because they pulled all the carpet out. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'll work on those landings. 176. Nope. Profile says I was actually gentle. Whatever. Words hard. Speak. No. ProFlight says 139. The deadhead. 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 No. Nope. Sovereign. All right. It is fun. I feel like ass, and I need to go do the adult lawn care thing before it starts to storm. Since Mother Nature thinks she wants to go all haywire tonight. Vector, it was a pleasure, sir. Thank you for flying with. I don't know what I'm doing in the morning yet, but something, I'm sure. If I can peel my happy ass out of bed. Who am I gonna raid? I know, we'll go to Murph. Love your faces. I will see you guys in the morning. Don't do anything I do.